Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I make sure everything's coming across all right here. Looks like so. So as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are canceled or captured in the video. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. And that gives me a complete, fully transparent and accountable journal and recording, much more precise than I could ever do by screen snapping and typing and all those things. And I believe journaling is important. So that's the idea. I also have a commitment to never take any trades off of the stream, and all trades are live and real time. All trades are based on statistically verified setups, which have to have a positive edge or expectancy. I try to limit or eliminate as much as possible discretion. I still use some, whether to take a trade or not, but the idea is based on statistics. Because I function on a real easy basic principle, and that is the KISS principle. So I use volume, I use price, and I use statistics to trade. There's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT, so there you go. Now, having said this, it's important to understand that this is my virtual trading journal. I do not intend or imply that this is trade or financial advice. I'm not licensed to do that or give that, and I don't intend to. However, I do anticipate setups as they start to form. If a trigger is thrown, I take the trade and then I manage it live in real time on Bookmap. So there we have that. Now, let's get on to the numbers this morning, which are, this was the first day this week where we actually had some numbers to worry about. We have this is investing.com, which is my normal old-fashioned news source. They only focus on traditional economic numbers and values, FOMC, GDP, PPI, non-farm payroll, that kind of thing. They don't have press conferences or, executive order signing or any of those non-economic events, but events which might have a risk impact on the market. That's picked up in Financial Juice. So first of all, you can filter this for anything you want and wherever you are in the world. These are the events we've already had out. So now we're just kind of in the cruise. There's no real news impetus headed our way today after 7:30 this morning. This is free, as is Financial Juice, because my thinking here is that anybody that comes through the stream or follows the stream can have access to the same resources that I do. So that, I think, is important. Notice also that in investing.com, the event titles turn to a URL when you hover over them with your mouse. So if you don't know what GDP quarter over quarter Q1 is, you can click that link and find out all about it, who puts it out, what the recent releases were, etc. The other source that I use is Financial Juice, and I do so kind of for the opposite reason as investing.com. They have a similar calendar, but they do pull events into their calendar, if they can, through the day, which have proven to have a high risk potential to our market. It's not any kind of a political comment, but it's the fact, it's reality, right? As traders today, our basic fundamental job is to preserve our accounts. The fundamental, foundational way you do that is through risk management. How can you manage risk if you don't know about it? And I don't think it's a big secret that if Trump gets in front of a microphone or any of some of the other cabinet people, there may be something, again, no political comment, but there could be a potential risk to the market one way or the other. And you or I, as traders, need to know about that to do our job properly. On the right side of the deal over here is something that helps with that, and that's this more of a squawk box, which is a running narrative through the day. So those are the numbers. Let's look at the pre-market, which is pretty darned interesting this morning and last night. We had a huge, well, here you can see it. This is the closing swing trade at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, all the way across the range through the initial balance high, up here to the high. Not to the high of the day, but damn near. This is Bookmap, by the way. So this was the closing swing trade, and you see what happened with the POC? All the way to the top. A squeeze, I would say, but pretty crazy. You can view that here on IRT. Here was yesterday's trade. There's the big sell-off, 1,500, bam, all the way to the top. And then a little retracement and where we are right now. So here's close, here's the open. What do I think is going to happen here? By the way, if you're normal in the stream and you hear it and it doesn't sound right, I moved the mic around a little bit. I adjusted the boom to try to get it out of my way. Let me know if it's wrong or bad or unclear or something. So here's our open. Any trade below this area is short inventory. Any above is long inventory. And it looks to me like we're just about balanced, doesn't it? And if you look at the profile, it says the same thing. There's POC, just about at the open. Pretty much even Steven on both sides. A little bit more volume to the downside when compared to the value area for this overnight right here. Now, a couple of words about IRT. If you notice in the header, there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in every header. This tab group is my micros. This tab group is the minis. Same exact idea or layout. So we have the micro ES, the micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame chart, which I call my micro composite chart. I know that sounds redundant, but anyway. And this is the market profile. I do not change the market profile from mini to micro. I do change the market profile from Globex to RTH session. So there's that. So starting with a higher time frame then, again, the micro 1 day time frame periodicity and the RTH session. So each one of these candles, what the hell happened over here? How did that go away? Well, this is pretty weird. This market profile disappeared over here. I'll have to put that. Oh, it's not disappeared. It's just right here. There we go. Actually, one more. There we go. And I don't know how that works, but anyway. I don't know why it does that sometimes. This is the higher time frame chart. So each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session, regular trading hours. That's 8:30 in the morning Central Standard Time until 1600. And all times that are on my charts, on my computer, or that I refer to are Central Standard. So that's important. In other words, each one of these is a trading day. Here is yesterday. Here's the day before. And wherever price overlaps here, I continue the volume profile around them. When there's a gap up, no overlap, new profile. Same thing with day before yesterday. So that's all there is to it. Now, this may be right, this may be wrong. but it's consistent. I do it the same way always. Some people do it this way, and then they, I think that's part of this, so they'll include that or vaccine burst. And whatever, any way that you do it or someone else does it is fine, because that's what they think. I keep it this way to be consistent for me and for the stream. So the volume profile, the most current volume profile, has the high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines that you really can't see here very well. There's a couple of them there. Those values, and those values push to bookmap. There's also VPOC, there's a high and the low and all that usual stuff. Also, then, from IRT, I have the session prices, which push to bookmap. Now, let's see what we're doing for volume. 82% average for the last 20 trading sessions at this time of day. Here's our ATR. There's 2 handles for this time on a 1 minute candle. Okay. Bookmap. If you're not familiar, it's the heat map over here, or chart, and then these columns. So from right to left, the micro composite column, which is where I enter these values from that higher time frame chart right over here. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push from that higher time frame micro composite chart. There's one of them. And this is the full session volume profile. In other words, this started plotting at 1700 last night. This is our total overnight session right here. Right here. And it will continue through 1600 this evening. So this is the Globex. This is not the ETH or the full session. This is the RTH session, volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. My statistics column, which is real important to me, and we will get into how we determine the statistical open for the day, and we'll get the current and the correct updated statistics or probabilities associated with the price levels for today. These are the session prices, which push automatically from bookmap over here to bookmap from IRT. I plot these or start publishing these from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And if you'd like to receive these live, just drop something in the chat there, and I'll hook you up. This comes as a CSV file down from Google. I push them up to Google for the distribution, and then you get a CSV file you can drop in this Cloud Note column or over here in the indicator or your software of choice, or like some people do, they just have the CSV file and they have their own tool, and that CSV will power the levels and the names, and then they have their own tool to do whatever. There you go. I don't have a dome here anymore because it was taking up too much space. But I have the key columns from the dome, except the bid ask price entry. Here is the ask full level 2 all prices, and here's the bid full level 2 all prices, or the resting liquidity, whatever you want to call it. These are the price levels. Now, there's no indicator on my bookmap or my IRT. There are only price values and volume. So POC full session, or RTH POC full session, a little darker yellow. VWAP Globex, VWAP RTH. Mid RTH. That's it. How easy was that? And some liquidity here, which is these heat map. I keep this real basic and real clean rather than some of these charts you see that are so busy with all the different indicators that bookmap can provide, etc. I frankly cannot see where price is, to be honest with you. I had a screen snap of one of them that I found just amazing. But anyway, I will look for that later. Now, these lines over here can be generated a few different ways. They are based on session prices, And in a little minute, there's going to be the percentages for the initial balance strategy that I'm working on. We'll push over here as well. But let's get to the statistics really quick. And that the first thing we do, and I hate where we are, but anyway, the first thing we establish is the statistic open type. There's only 4, and there's only 2 criteria, so it's real simple. If we opened right here, right now, which is the current market, how would that compare to the previous RTH close, which is right there? It's higher than the close, isn't it? How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, here's developing value area high. Here's the overnight volume point of control. Here's the close. Here's the market. Here's the volume profile from yesterday's RTH. Pretty obviously, it is within range because low is way down here. So we are right now higher in range, the same as we were yesterday. I always change the column title to the correct open type so that I can just glance at a screen snap or the stream and I know right away what the relationship was. If I were to change that today, I would do that like this. But I'm not going to because it's higher in range. And then we need to delete the statistics from yesterday. And we'll go find our statistics for today. And where do they come from? You ask? Good question. They come from the statistics study in IRT, and you can see where we were yesterday. And we will open there again today, but IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type in this blue, but only after 8:30 in the morning, so that doesn't do us any good today. Also, you notice how the text from some of these is black and some of these levels is blue. As the levels are revisited through the day by price, the text changes from black to blue. So there you go. Now, the way this system works is very simple. It looks back at the most recent 1,814 trading days. Of those 1,800 days, we opened higher in range, 564 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Overnight volume point of control 80.7. Now, I'm going to be really irritated if they bring this down below close before we open, down to below the previous close before we open, because that'll change this to lower in range. And the statistics will be a little different. So I'm not going to get all nuts running around getting all the statistics. Getting all these statistics in place and then have them come down here, these 2 or 3, 2 points or 3 points, and screw me up. So the next order of business will be the overnight high right here, and I'm just going to go down the list. So the next is 74.6. That's the overnight high. Overnight high, and that is, where is that? That's right there, and that's 74.6. There you go. Overnight mid is 74.3, and that went somewhere hiding around here. Overnight mid has got to be hiding right under here. Yeah, wait a minute. Got to be hiding right under here, right there. See that? 74.6. Is that right? 74.3. And I'm not, as I said, I'm not going to get all nuts with this because I'm afraid they're going to do something to me here. Okay, previous close is 69.1. That's not going anywhere. IB high, that's a good one I want to show you. That's 67.7 now. 67.7 IB high. Why do I put the initials? Well, remember the definition of the IB high and low. They are simply the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more, nothing less. Morning, Antonio. Got our reports pretty much out of the way this morning at 7:30, so now it's just up to the geopolitical circus to see what's going to happen now, I guess. And, you know, irrational exuberance extraordinaire. Oh, the guy that invented irrational exuberance, Greenspan, passed away 2 days ago. I forgot about that. Yeah, that was his quote. Anyway, where am I now? So, IB high and low. Previous close, that's a good one, 69.1. I got the previous close. Previous POC, 66.1 right here. Again, initials, because the minute we open, this is going to jump up here around price. The IB high will go above price. The low will come up below it. So those values won't be there anymore. I put these initials so that I know what the hell those levels represent. It's just that simple. Overnight low is 48.4. I'm really betting on the fact that they're not going to come down and screw me up here. 48.4, really? Wow. Okay. Previous high is 58. Previous high is right under this IB high, or the overnight high. I'm going to leave it alone for now. Previous low is 34.6. Way down here in the corn. Whoa, way down here in the corn patch. 34.6. Okay, and now I need to do my thing that I get wrong every day, which is the initial, the TLab snap. Okay, that looks correct, I think. And you ask what that is. Well, this is why I stream and don't multitask. It's a disaster. Okay, there we go. Now, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and still led by him, actually. And every day at about 8:20, I post this snap that just gives everyone there who wants to the opportunity to have all these levels that they may not have on their charting. That simple. And every day around 6 or so, I post the reports for the day. It's just kind of a way to touch base with those guys. So I was very active in there for a long time until I took Tom's advice, actually, and started narrating and focusing on my own market and trading. And because I'm such a donut when it comes to multitasking, I started this stream, which I've already explained how that works as my virtual journal. And that's why I'm focused on the stream. But I feel, you know, kind of a gratitude and touch base with the TLab folks. So every day I post this one for them there at about 8:20. So that's the TLab snap. And now let's get back to the business at hand here, which, and I'm going to open in. Oh, I'm ahead of schedule. I must have forgotten something here. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to Bookmap and let's get Bookmap set up to trade. I suppose you imagine that's important. The way you do that with Bookmap is you must activate the trade control panel now. And you select an account. This is already activated, and the contract size for the order size is already input, because I started this at 1700 last night for the Globex stream, so this remains in place. And then you can, once you've selected those two, you can click the button again and it'll stay green. You get your real estate back, but you also get all the data you would need at the top for metrics, plus cancel all and close all. So you can trade it as it is. Now, I forgot to mention one other thing about the heat map over here is Blue Boy. Blue Boy is a real top secret deal called a vertical line, which I only slap on the first print of every session. And the way it works is, this is right here, right now, current, active, up to the second market. If I have Blue Boy over here and I can glance left and see it, I know without any question, this is the entire overnight session. I know the context, I know what happened, I can see the VPOC bobbing around, everything. That's how I do it now. I used to, as Antonio will remember, I used to put flags in here for the VPOC migration, but like a donut, I didn't stop to think and sequence them. So I would have a bunch of flags over here, and oh, that's pretty cool. What the hell does that mean? Which way did it move? How did it go? I don't know. Remember, the POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So this is the price, but it's very interesting and it's good information to know where that price came from and how it reacted at various levels through the day or the session. And that's why I use Blue Boy now. And we're going to open in 4 minutes. Wow, I've never had such luxury. Let's get over here to, which means I obviously forgot something. Choose the statistics. Again, this is Lucid. And I'll tell you why I'm doing that. And the multi-trading, and there's Lucid for 5 accounts. Okay, the reason I switched from my live funded AMP account, funded by me, to this Lucid story is I'm testing, the Globex traits for the opening range breakouts and the Hedge trade management system, which replaces or can be used in substitution for the stop, the hard stop. I will never trade without a hard stop. I will never move my stop away from entry, ever. So, but the hedge can give you an opportunity to have the same effect as a hard stop, but you're not taken out of the market. So you can have some time for the market to come back to the direction you think, and I'll explain all of that later. Anyway, the reason for the Lucid story is I was trading micros, 2 micros, with my AMP account. How do you de-risk from 2 micros and still be able to trade anything meaningfully? It's ridiculous. You can't do that, right? With the 5 Lucid, with 1 Lucid account and then 5, I can have trade size, 5 contracts, 5 micros. I have the full flexibility of all of the trading and risk management. Plus, I can take profit. But I have absolutely fixed limited risk. Only the price of the evaluation, which is, and nowadays, when I started this idea a long time ago, 15 years, you used to have to pay a very expensive combined with top step fee every month. So that was your overhead. That was your risk. Nowadays, you pay once with these Lucid accounts, one-time payment, and then until you get funded or you blow it up, there you are. And I don't blow them up, so that's not a problem. And funded is where we're at. And we're going to get, and you can take payments, payouts. So it looks to me like, and maybe I'm wrong, and if I am, somebody point it out to me, but it looks to me like a great opportunity. And it's rhythmic data, obviously, and I'm trading on Bookmap, and I'm tracking on IRT. Just exactly the same hookup and back-end setup as my AMP account. So it was a no-brainer for me. It's like, well, wait a minute. Do I want to try these new things out in the live market and risk my money? Or do I want to have a minimal investment And we're going to open right now. So let's get open right now here. Let's reset this bad boy. Boom. And why they're not resetting, I don't know, but there we go. All right, so we're open. And it looks like it's a big stall-a-rooney here. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Everything has come to a grinding halt here, it looks like to me. It looks like to me. There we go. Well, thank you. All right, I got to wake up, Tam. Okay, what a mess. Whoa, sell them down. So there's our opening. There's our opening swing. Boy, that was one hell of a closing swing trade last night, Antonio. If you didn't see that, well, here you go. Look at that. That's after 1500. All the way across the initial balance high and up to within spitting distance of the session high. Absolute squeeze straight up after the cash close. So that was that caught some people on their back foot, I would imagine. Now let's get the current blue boy waking up here. Awaken, I should say. Get up, you lazy dog. That's close enough, I guess. Okay. I need to switch all my IRT stuff now from full session to the RTH session. And that aligns some of the session prices together. pisses off other people that want to see what the overnight stuff was about. Here's our open, right at the wick test. Look at there, exactly the wick test. The close from last night. And we'll put this market profile to the full session. I mean the RTH session, whatever I mean. Okay, and do the same for the mini tab. The mini me. Over here. Come on, wake up. Jesus, 67-second lag. What kind of a... And no volume, really, is there? Let's look and see about that in a minute, as soon as I get through doing this. Okay. Let's get back to the micros, and let's look at the frickin' volume. What's happening here? Come on. Jesus. 73% volume for this time of day. What the hell, you know? I don't know what it is, but I'm getting over it, I can tell you that much. And if the mic sounds goofy at all, I've moved the boom around trying to figure out, and look at this crap. Based on, thank you very much, stupidness here. Switching this back and forth will get rid of these anomalies. It's got to do with the lag. Irritating, but true. Okay, now. Again, back to what I was talking about. Here's our open. Yesterday, day before, the new volume profile. Everybody's so excited. Yeah. Get away from this now. And here we are. There's Blue Boy. There's our trade. If you're fast, like Magic or somebody over there, that one of the fellas that's through the stream now, he's probably short and gotten paid and has his runners on. I admire that. What I was saying about them, I move the boom around, so if anybody doesn't hear it right or clearly or too loud or soft or something else, let me know. Trying to get the mic and boom out of my way and be able to do this more efficiently. Okay. Our news and stuff's out of the way, but of course, all bets are off for this geopolitical goofiness. Or whatever you want to call it. Oh, I didn't set up the hedge instrument yet. Let's do that. That's the micro here, or the mini. Selected, one contract, okay. There we go. So the concept behind this hedge thing is real simple. Like I said before, it does not replace the stop. It's in lieu of, or, well, it replaces the stop, but there is always a stop, and it's always at the same value. So I'll go through that, how that whole process works. And this is all a great suggestion by Anton here in the stream. Let me say that too about the stream. This is my virtual journal. It's completely transparent and fully accountable. And I only take live vetted trades on the stream. That's exactly why I'm streaming the Globex experiment starting at 1700 in the evening now, the last 4 weeks, until about 2030 or 2100. because if I see I'm doing that to explore if there's some interesting possibilities or opportunities for trading. So I have to have it on stream in case there are interesting. If something presents itself, I can take the stream, which happened day before yesterday, and it was quite nice in the Globex. So it's basically the opening range breakout for the Globex and for the Asia, starting at Globex is 1700 to 1900, and then Asia's 1900 to about 21. So that's the deal. Glock and Spiel. And it's not for financial or trade advice, and there's a disclaimer in the description. But I anticipate the trades, I narrate them, I take them if the trigger fires, and I manage them. I don't know how else to do that. This is my virtual trading journal. What am I going to do? Wouldn't be much of a journal if I kept the trades off stream, would it? Seems to be the way a lot of folks function now. It works good if you're trying to bullshit people, but anyway. So here are the levels that push from IRT to Bookmap, as I was mentioning. Initial balance high, and then the percentages based on the range of the initial balance high and low for this RTH session. In my wording or my vernacular, I consider initial balance for the RTH session only. And at night when I'm doing the Globex, Asia, whichever, I refer to it and I consider them the opening range breakout. In my case now, I have the opening range set for 1 hour, as is the IB. You can have the opening range, whatever works out for you. But typically, the IB is always the first 1 hour, as far as I know. That's how I think about it anyway. Wrong screen, sorry. Yeah, and you can tell right away that I'm certainly not Mr. Microphone or a radio personality. Look at us go. Well, I bet you magic is in the money by a gazillion dollars. What are we doing here? Well, that's 30 handles, right? This is 87 to, hell shit, it's 40 handles. 87 to 47. Man, I'm hard trying. It's hard for me. It's easy for me to get out of perspective with the scale and Bookmap. This looks like, 5-10 points here to me normally. That's 40 handles. 87 to 47. There's your trade, there's your day, there's, go chase mama around the house. I mean, you're all done if you paid attention to that, and you have a vetted system to take it. I don't. I have to develop something, and I certainly wish I did. They're expressing their displeasure with the economy and the setup right now. Yesterday, remember, we were down here, and that squeeze, we were a red candle down here with a wick above us, and that squeeze took us up here. There's the open, and here we go. And there's the POC. Which way are they going to go? I have no idea. I'm going to trade what I see, not what I think. What I think is I need to develop, and I was talking about this yesterday afternoon. I need to develop, I have developed and vetted several versions of the initial balance trade, which is based on what? The initial balance. I need to have, Antonio will love this one, VPOC migration setup that's vetted, or something that doesn't rely on specific price levels which happen within the first hour of the day. Because when price gets away from here, I've got no setups. I might as well go to take a nap, which sucks. That isn't going to work. And remember that this is my trading business, not video game or gambling, based on statistics and price and volume. I'm developing a consistently profitable trading business to rely on, support myself, my family, etc. I got no other career or income anymore. And here we are at the low volume node from yesterday. Remember now, this is yesterday's RTH and today's RTH. And here we go. We got looks like a comb coming down through here. They're not interested in any of this. They're getting down here. This is the IB low. This is where price took off at 1500 last night and squeezed all the way to the top. Now down they come. What they're going to do down here, who the hell knows? And what I'm doing is watching the IBs form and starting to put the data together for the data-driven trade. Oh, go away. Look at him go. Man, I hope somebody's on this shorts. I wish it were me, but I'm trying to hold the line of only trading statistically verified setups, you know, and rather than discretion when, that's why I'm saying I need to hurry up and get or figure out a setup for these early mornings. Now, the fella that came through here says he's got a system where he draws a box around price first 30 seconds. If price is above that box, he's long. If it's below that box, he's short. But he gets paid and has runners every day. You know, this doesn't have to be some quantum physics calculation, you know, and when the wave state collapses, oh, that crap, to be profitable. I don't think. Man, they are selling this some bitch off like they mean it. Gee, I bet the Great Pumpkin is upset about this. I saw on the news that apparently Trump continues to insult Netanyahu. I'm not sure where he thinks that's going to go, but I don't know. He apparently, after telling him a lot of things like, you don't make any decisions or call the shots, I call all the shots and all this kind of stuff, he apparently told him, everybody in the world is fed up with you and hates you, including the Jews. First, I thought it was kind of funny that Trump said that, considering his poll ratings over here. And second of all, I don't think that's a good diplomatic way to go after something that was supposedly your ally. You know, 3 months ago, you thought it was a great idea to team up with this guy and go bomb the hell out of Iran. And now look at the mess we're in. And we had no problem 5 months ago. There was no issue in the Straits of Hormuz. There was no war going on. There was nobody being bombed. There were no billions of dollars being expended in armaments. None of that. Now the whole thing is flipped. Wow. The policy is staggering. Or the lack of it, I should say, I guess. Now, remember that the IB low here and the IB high are not fixed until the first 1 hour. They will continue to move. And I have no way to get on one of these trades other than discretion. And I'm sure people have, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that are making money hand over fist. Look at this shit. Look at this. 87 to 10. That's a pretty dramatic sell-off in 20 minutes. Almost completely across yesterday's range, and yesterday was a substantial range. 96 to 04. That's almost 100 points, right? And we've sold that off in 20 minutes. Over here. I think we're in for a rout. And this SpaceX is bubble burst, and they're, all the investors are going to get hosed. Jesus. And that obnoxious little person keeps walking around like a big... Look at this go. Look at all this light volume through here. Wow. Yeah, so I'm just in the hold. Let's get set up with the back office stuff for these trades. First of all, let me say this. First of all, I have explained in detail how I always trade live, real time, on the stream, never a recording, never a playback. Bookmap. IRT is where I do the statistical analysis, back testing, and forward testing. Look at this shit. Look at this thing. Ah. Wow. Huh? That's one hell of an open, isn't it? Talk about an opening drive, and with vengeance. So anyway, this is where I do back testing and forward testing strategies. This is my original initial balance strategy here, which was coded up like this. These charts are just visualization tools so that I can see what's happening and hopefully when and where I expect it to happen. However, let me point out clearly, the computer, the system will activate and evaluate every one of these rules every 30 seconds. And if there's a trigger and an entry or an exit or a scale or whatever, that'll all be taken by the system, sent to this chart, and it will all be within the IRT simulated environment, because this is back and forward testing. I'm sure as hell not going to be sending these results to a live market. I don't think that makes any sense from a risk management point of view. Same story with this one, which is the IB, or the EF driven IB. There's 2 or 3 other orb or break or IB strategies up here, but we're looking at this one right now, which is based on these percentages. And you see these percentages here, and the initial balance high and the initial balance low, and that's what you see right over here: initial balance high and the percentages and the initial balance low. So that's where we are with the training story. Now let's look at the next step in the cog, which is to get this thing set up. Whoa, look at this. So here's these are the edgeful indicators, which are free or included with an edgeful subscription. And I'd never used this before, but Antonio pointed out it's really a great tool, and boy is he right. So handy. These are some of I only used 3 or 4 of the edgeful indicators. This is the IB and the zones. This is the continuation or candle thing, which is kind of their way of establishing bias. And these are the sessions. And then this particular indicator here that I use away from the initial for the RTH session, like in the GlobeX and the Asia session, is the opening range. So there you go. Now we are back to here, and this little dashboard is for each one of these. This is I've got it going now for the IB. So we're 84.75 handles wide on the IB so far this morning in less than 30 minutes. If you had your glasses off, you'd be thinking this was the NQ. Holy smokes. 84 handles. That says a lot to me to start out with. First of all, the data and the trading data, or the trading suggestions based on the data, deals, is based on these zones. Well, now we're at 91 handles because it keeps going down. These zones are damn near 25 points each. So that's an extreme caution, Will Robinson, you know, for me. Now, first thing that's important to do with the edgeful data when we get to looking at that is which one of the levels was formed first. Well, there shouldn't be any question in your mind that it was the IB high, it was the IB high was formed first. And we keep pushing the low lower, and we've now come across 98 points on the IB so far. So 100 is just around the corner. How does this line up with everything else? Well, you know, here's the last. There's the ETH Open Asia. ETH Open Asia yesterday session, day before session. Here's the big rout sell-off during Asia, and we're below all of these guys. So they mean this sell-off, in my opinion. And let's look. Well, yeah, I can't even keep it all on the freaking screen. And I've got a huge lag up here, 88 seconds. Well, I'm gonna have to restart this at the top of the hour and hopefully it'll work. Let's get this wound up if we can. I'll leave it like that. So here are there are the sessions. There's previous RTH low, or RTH high. Wait a minute. Why is it saying previous RTH high twice? That's ridiculous. It's supposed to say high and low. Did I actually make that mistake? I mean, this is just a label, but really? That's pretty crazy. I can't really do a lot of manipulation here because of this lag, so I'm not gonna think about it at the moment. Let's get back over here to the general charting and just hope for the best. Well, here we are so far today. This is our first 25 minutes. Right there. More volume than all of yesterday or the day before. So far. Now let's look at the data. Well, okay. This is edgeful. This is where I'm trying to lean on this tool for the statistics rather than spend all my time coding the indicators and stuff, because you know, the systems in IRT, because I'm no code wizard. I'm an old guy, and you know, I'm not a code monkey. What can I tell you? So the way it works is there are various screeners and reports, but I just cut to the chase. The initial balance by weekday, and this is kind of interesting. Watch this. Here's Monday. Watch Tuesday. Wow. Wednesday. Thursday. Now look at Friday. First things first, these are the Chicago cash market, which is what we are right now, and this is looking back 6 months on the MES. So today we expect a 71% breakout, single breakout, double breakout 25%, and 4% no breakout. Well, I would say that with this IB range, the no breakout is extremely possible, but look at what price is doing. So they seem to have a real agenda here. The next thing we're going to do now, then wait for, is the rejection. And this is based on which of the IB levels was formed first. In this case, the IB high was formed first, as we know, by a long shot. So there is a 53% probability the first break will be the low, based on Thursday and no ending zone. So let's just let this tick out for a while now. I mean, we haven't even ticked over 30 minutes yet. And remember what happened at the close last night. They essentially took this whole candle back up here to the close in the last closing swing trade. So this sell-off could easily reverse. But that is one hell of an opening drive, isn't it? And I need to have some sort of structured trade, or, you know, okay, I'm gonna go go discretionary now, to hell with this. I don't know how I'm gonna go about doing it, and not have it be an emotional weirdness decision, monkey boy, you know, at the wheel. But man, I'm telling you, I'm missing these kind of days. These are the days that make people's month. And here we have a VPOC migration down here now. And we've turned over the first 30 minutes. And I'm going to go get some tea. I've got a I've got a TAM run this morning at the bottom of this hour. Usually takes about 40 minutes. So there you are. There you have it. Okay, I think I've got everything going right. And now we're gonna have a bounce back to settlement. And who knows where, who knows why. Is this a reverse squeeze from last night's closing swing trade? I guess. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Really important right here. Do you see this? 63% average volume for this time of day. And 10.75 plus ATR over a 1 minute candle. Real low volume, real easy for certain actors to shove this thing around wherever they want it to go. Maybe that's just a conspiracy theory, but what just happened? And what are we doing now? Typically, the more liquid, the more volume, the less volatile. That's why LIBOR and the bonds move like 3 ticks a day. And the NASDAQ is like seismograph on steroids. Took them all the way down below yesterday's low, and now they're back up, trading them back up, so there's a big buying tail down here. Or selling tail, I mean, sorry. And I'm still having delays on IRT. Looks like they're still having data things over here. I see these little red guys popping up in the top corner up there. So it's inconvenient when I have these runs, but it's, because they occur exactly at 9:30 when the IB sets. But hey, life's what happens while you're making other plans, isn't it? I certainly have priorities in that regard. Welcome to the stream, by the way. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Everything that you see on the screens is captured on my video on these two basic monitors, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, completes the recording, completes the journal. I only trade live, real-time trades, never replay or video. And I narrate them. So this is not for trader financial advice, but I, anticipate the trade because I only trade vetted setups. So I anticipate the trade. When I get a trigger, I take it, and then I manage the trade. It's just that simple. And I don't know what else to do, how else to go about it. And I'm pretty sure nobody cares but me, so it works good for me. And one of the reasons I stream to YouTube, well, a number of reasons, are complete accountability and transparency. No trades are ever taken off the stream. All trades are live, real time. And you'll notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can always see any open programs are available. You can see the system time to the second and the date, tie that back to Bookmap or IRT, think about it. It's my virtual trading journal. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? How dumb would that be? So that's what it is. And everything that I'm doing is out here for the world to see. So I also want to say that this is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing at the moment. I try to articulate what I'm thinking and my thought process. And I really appreciate suggestions, comments. You're out of your freaking mind. That's a good idea. Try this, That's the point. Kind of throw out what I'm doing as a seed for thought and for conversation, and hopefully get a lot of feedback. And having said that, I need to start thinking about getting ready to go at the bottom of the hour. Here. When I'm back, we will hopefully have a good, clean setup for an IB trade. I'll use the Hedge methodology. And tomorrow, there will be no interruptions. So that's a good one, because Friday's a good day. So let's see. Well, we've just come around 9 o'clock. Try to take a look at where we are over here in the little handy dandy trading view. God, so sweet. Now, there's our big sell-off, and we're way past 50% already. At the moment, the IB high is a first level formed. First formed will be, when this closes, this will all be set. We're over 100 points here. Points, not ticks, points. 400 ticks. Wow. In the ES. Think about that. Jesus Christ. That used to be a big day in the NASDAQ. Now it's 400, 500, 600 points. Wow. Anyway. If this price continues to go up here and they put in a new high, all of a sudden all the dynamics will go 180 out of phase and the low will be the first one put in. First level for them. So that'll change things like the opening or the ending zone data and bias and stuff like that. But who'd have thought we're going to sell off 100 points and retrace 75 of them, you know, or 65 of them. Wow. If anybody, including myself, just YOLO'd a short and said, oh, this doesn't look good down here, the first retrace back, the minute it came back across the high and went long, so you just, you don't trade for the next month and you're a happy camper. Obviously, rear view mirror. The stock and trade of most internet gurus, and that which I completely shun. That's why I make a big emphasis about only trading live real time. And now, you do have to analyze the market in order to, develop a strategy. But this, oh, I saw this and I did that and I knew this was going to be a reversal and I took that, please give me a break. Here's Blue Boy. Come on, Blue Boy, don't be bashful. So this is the complete session so far. What would have been triggers? Who the hell knows? The difference is everything is so clear in the rear view mirror, isn't it? But tell me right, let's see, let's make it a little harder. Tell me right there what's going to happen now. This is the hard right edge at 835. Tell me what's going to happen right there. That's the difference. Okay. What would be the signal or the trigger that this was going to keep selling off? Well, this is kind of suspicious. Look at the size of that ledge. I didn't notice this in the real time because I was busy doing other stuff, talking probably. And yeah. So it's real important to stay on the hard right edge, and that's where I try to keep my focus. My original reason for setting up Bookmap like this with the micro composite and then getting over to the real time was for just that reason, so that I could stay focused on the hard right edge. And that's also the reason for Blue Boy. I don't have to stop and think about where these flags went or are or didn't go or something else. I can glance over there and I know, okay, what's context? Well, at this point, context was straight down. Did the tanker turn? Is this just a sell the rip? Couldn't get any higher than this low volume area right here, so we're gonna take her down again? I don't know. But you know what I mean, that's my idea here. And so, at the moment, we're still looking at the IB high forming first. Our main statistic thus far is that the IB low would be taken out first. That's the probability. And we'll put in the ending zone over here when that happens. Then after that point, assuming that I'm going to look at trading these in the sequence that they do. In other words, not front running something. Front running is, well, I think we're going to take out the IB low down here. So I'm going to, because the probability is 53% that we're going to take the IB low first. Well, I'm going to get over here, and when we get, say, the VWAP, I'm going to short it front running to the VPOC and the IB low. And those things sound rational and valid right now. But that's not based on data. That's a discretionary move to front run the data. The way that I believe they use it is assuming that we stay in this configuration, relatively the same probabilities here, we have the retrace. So what this says is, in this same config, ooh, we need to change that to Thursday. Got that little pig over here. Okay. On Thursday, with everything like it was, we have a 55% probability we will retrace. No, breakdown is the breakout is the low. We have a 75% probability that we'll retrace to the 25% level. What the hell does that mean? This is the 25% level. So breakdown means we take the IB low as our statistic. Probably will. There's a 75% probability that after we do that, we'll retrace to the 25% level right here. And remember now, that's 90 to 13 points. That's 23 handles right there. That's substantial. And there's a 62% probability we'll retrace to the 50% line. Wherever that one, 50% line. Spooky. Now, this is a good day where I might make a case to myself and to the stream to front run, because typically there's not such a huge point spread in the zones. But if you're down here at 25, at the 25 level, had this big sell-off, POC's down here, that's a reasonable, and you have a 55% or whatever it was. Hold on. Let's get back over here. Let's get back to this one. You have a 63% probability that you're gonna 53% probability that you're gonna break the IB low first, and you're down at the 25 level. If you short that, targeting the POC and the IB low, and it's 23 handles, that's, oh, but look at what just happened. We just had a VPOC migration back up here to the mid. So, but you see my point. You could actually make a case for front running with this, with such a wide range, IB range, meaning that the point spread between the zones is huge, 25, 23 points. Okay, that's enough of that. I got to take a quick pass around the house and make sure everything's getting ready to go for the run. I'll make sure the music's queued up for more of the same. I wish I could figure out how to do the... I think if I leave now, that music could probably be run out by the time I get back. Is it 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 16, 18, 20? Well, maybe not. It might still be cooking. Times 2, 50 minutes. It might still be running. Anyway. Let it cook, I guess. Well, fear and greed is maximum for crypto. Good. I hope so. I have no use for that. I think it's one of the contributors to a lot of problems, you know. The only real use for cryptocurrency so far is illegal activity. Name one thing you can go buy with that was supposed to, you know, they were supposed to solve all the world's problems, and It takes you about 3 minutes to get to authorize one crypto negotiation with all the blockchain. Visa authorizes, I don't know, 6 or 7 million a second or some crazy thing like that. What can you buy with crypto? Drugs, illegal stuff. That's about it. I mean, as far as I know, if I'm wrong, speak up. Hey, what's up, Anton? Happy Thursday to you too. I've got to run Tam out this morning at the bottom of this hour here. What a deal, huh? What a night. Did you see the, where'd it go? Come on. Did you see the closing swing trade here? In the last curb run, or the curb trade, look at that. All the way across and out the top. Amazing, huh? And then, of course, we opened this morning and do exactly the opposite on the way down. This was the Globex. And here we are at the RTH, and we did exactly the opposite on the open. Pretty amazing stuff. And now we're back up here to the middle, so... And on real light volume. A minute ago, it was about 65 or 70%. Let's see what it is now. 62% volume average. So, I guess that explains a lot. At the moment, the IB low is the target, but it's looking a lot less obvious now, isn't it? It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next few minutes, and takes me about 40 minutes to make this round trip, so I'll be back as quick as I can. I'll leave it on Bookmap, I guess. I think I've done everything here. Session prices, Bookmap. I think I'm going to turn off the ability to trade so Lucky doesn't come in here and yuck it up on me. Get rid of and also the hedge instrument. Just that I'm paranoid. There we go. Now that dog can't come in here and do anything. I don't know why this won't even keep going. Yeah, go. IRT is still struggling like crazy. 22 minutes. I guess what I could do here is I'll shut IRT down and reboot it and see if that if it can get its knickers out of a knot there. Next holiday morning, when we have some goofy time, I'm going to shut down OBS and every other iBookmap and everything, and just have IRT up and see. The problem is it'll probably be light volume, and see if it has the same lag and drag issues. It's so frustrating. Another couple minutes, I gotta go get my shoes on and all that stuff here. Ready to go. Get ready to roll. Okay, I'll bring LRT back up and see what the hell happens here. Eddie said that this would be the production release last month, but doesn't seem so. Okay. Yeah, good for you. That's great. Well, tomorrow I don't have any runs, so I will be trying to get some focus. Last night was pretty crazy price action with that, and I didn't take any trades or hedge or anything else. Come on. Wake up, everybody. What the hell is this? Maybe it's just a function of the internet. I don't know. I think I like Magic's approach. He's just he joined in on the Globex last night, and he had already gotten paid and had a couple runners on and short, and he closed them off. And okay, I'll talk to you later down the road. And, you know, that seems to be I'm thinking this discipline and focus, and you know, I'm starting to wearing me down. I see trades go by and setups that I would normally, like the IB continuation yesterday afternoon and stuff like that would be normal trades for me, and then I don't do them because it's not as structured something or another. Come on, load the damn bars. I got things to do here. Fractals, let's get rid of those. This stupid thing. I have no idea why those occur, but they do, and they go away when I do this. Don't ask me. Let's see what else is going on. Okay, these will be all upside down, but that won't matter. Nobody cares but me. Let's look at the major ones here. Look at the ones that are pushing the session prices in case Ned Company are needing that. So it's RTH, it's RTH. This is okay, that's okay. Get over here. Make sure they're going, the prices would be all aligned. Okay, I'm going to dust off. You guys have a great one. I'll be back in about 40 minutes, I'm guessing. I'll leave it on Bookmap. Well, what did they do? Still right back at the POC, or the micro composite POC anyway. And again, with the no IBs, an inside day again. Could be the second day that happened. Of course, yesterday we know what the outcome of that was. Huh. That's pretty weird. Well, let's quickly zoom over to TradingView, and it's the fastest way to figure out the ending zone. So the first zone or first level put in was the IB high, of course. The ending zone is right here. So that's the 50 to 75 zone. So let's jump back over here and let's put that in. Ejection, custom, 50 to 75. And it'll tip it all on its head. There you go. So the high is the first expected to break out with 100% probability based on this data. You see how that changed? Amazing, isn't it? Now watch, I'm going to change it back to all days from 50 to 75. We got 140 and 60. Look at that. Goes from 38% and 50% for the low to 100% for the high, 40 and 60. But we know that we took out we know that the IB high was formed first. Isn't that amazing? These additional final filters really make one hell of a difference in the outcomes of the data. And this is look at 6 months. Let's punch it out there and see what over a bigger data set. Still 70%. And it's a little bit of a issue in my opinion because there's only a frequency of 10. Over 3 years when the IB high was formed first and we had that breakout. Doesn't seem right, does it? How does that work? In 6 months, I bet you it's probably 2. I think the problem is that we're, 2. I'm right. So that's not exactly a statistically significant data set. Hey, Magic, what's up? You all short and rich now and gonna go pick out your new Ferrari or what? Better make sure that you don't get too long on one so it'll fit in the garage. My son actually had that problem. He was going to buy a Tundra, dual cab Tundra pickup, because he's a contractor in Denver, and his house is in one of the older areas of town, and the pickup wouldn't fit in the garage. And of course, in Denver, you want to keep your car in the garage in the wintertime. So he ended up going back to a Tacoma. Hey, what's up there, Greg? Hope everything's going good on your world. You're filthy rich now and quit the hospital and everything, or just doing both jobs and having a good life? In any case, I hope having a good life. Yeah, I just got back from a run here, from the TAM run, so I'm getting back in the saddle. What crazy days we're having, huh? That big closing swing trade last night, going all the way across the range, like 50 handles or some crap. Yeah, and now here we are again today, like yesterday, with a really wide IB. Damn near 100 points again. This is the second day in a row. Look at that, 73.90 to 73, basically 74.90, damn near 74.98. How the hell, Wow. The thing about this new using this edgeful data for the statistics of what retrace to the 25, retrace to the 50, these are 25 handles across. So that changes the dynamic a lot, in my opinion. And I'm not sure what to do about it. Let's put on something else here. So I'm just quickly zooming through the news here. I don't see anything going on or anybody saying anything. Well, that Israel is having a meltdown. That makes perfect sense to me. Well, here you are. Here's Netanyahu talking about how they're going to continue to carry out missions and stuff against Iran. Well, keep insulting him, keep insulting Israel, whether that's what you really believe or not. I don't think from a diplomatic point of view, that's a right, you catch more flies with sugar than you do vinegar, right? Yeah, I'm doing a stream from a Globex stream now, testing out whether there's any interesting possibilities there. From 5 o'clock Central until about 8:30. So I'll be doing that. You can right here on Risk Neutral Trading. It's just a Globex one. You can drop in there, and then we can do look at whatever you need to do, and go to the Discord thing if you want to talk about it or whatever. Sure, no problem. When are you help me get some labels into an IRT chart for me? Yeah, real easy stuff. That stuff's pretty easy. I can show you that real easy. I hope. I'll try at least. Let's put it that way. And I don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't look like any new news going to show up. Okay, back to the data. That'd just be the easiest way to hook up, right? And then we can branch off from there or whatever. I'm just trying to figure out. I have a commitment to not take any trades off the stream, right? So, and the night before last, there was a good trade showed up on the Globex opening range trade, and I took it. It was quite successful and nice. So that was great. If I weren't streaming, I wouldn't be able to take the trade. So there we go. Remember, I'm Central Standard Time, so And you're over there on the East Coast, so it would be after 6 your time, after 1800. Look at this. This is pretty incredible. Don't know what to think about that. What do you know, how many of you would say there's 100% probability we're going to take the IB high first? The first break on the IB. Looking at TradingView over here. That's it, and that is because of where the closing candle is right. Ooh, it was right here. The closing price of the last bar in the IB. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, in the IB sets the zone wherever it occurs. And the zone is, and the percentages are assigned opposite the first level formed. 25, so this is 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So it's in the 50 to 75 range. So that's correct. Just making sure here, don't confuse me now. Don't need that on here. Oh, I didn't go through these yet after I restarted. Sorry about that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. These are the zones, the same zones. So we're just hovering on the 50 over here. And these are the probabilities or the percentages in the IB high and low, which are pushing across to my book map over here. There's the IB high, low, 25, whoops, previous low, previous high, and the 25, 50, 75. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm glad everything's working out for you, Greg. How's the weather back there in North Carolina? I think it was North Carolina, isn't it? Or is it Virginia? I think North Carolina. Must be beautiful. It's been fairly warm and a lot of rain over here, so everything's green and flowers are flowering all over everywhere. Well, I'm going to roam around here quickly and see what happened while I was on the school run and what I need to do in the meantime. And, you know, the life is what happens while you're making other plans, right? And this is about a nothing burger so far as I'm concerned. I'm sure Magic is probably retired by now. He's had so many trades. Be back in a flash. Okay, and my eyes dialed in the dark here. What else do we have to think about? Right on the mid and the VWAP and the hoop wap and the dip dap, right? You know? And to look at this freaking POC, talk about wild and crazy. Wow. Oof. That's because I'll bet money we're still real light volume. We were before I left, and we were early into the morning. Let's look. $5 says we're under 70. Oh, somebody would have mind. We were down in the 60s when I left. And we were way up over, well, we were over here. We were way up over 12 ATR for a 1 minute bar. So now things are switching around. So somebody would have made a cup of coffee for me right there. I hope the audio, if anybody's here has a problem hearing the audio or anything, my voice, I moved my mic boom around to try to get it more out of my way, and it sounded the same to me on the headset. But, you know, if I sound like Elmer Fudd or something, let me know. Or Porky Pig or whatever. That's all, folks. Well, let me know. So I'm sure, let's take a run through the roses here. No trades in this, not a surprise. Remember, here's 88.25 to 73.90. Essentially 100 handles on this IB. Handles, 400 ticks. A lot. Oh, I didn't fix that one yet after I restarted, did I? Okay, there I did. Now, here's our zones. Again, with a humongous IB. Nothing in the middle, as to be expected. Greg, if you, where the hell am I? Okay, for example, this micro account right here, it's got the volume profiles. You can change from full session to RTH session the way I've got them set up by just using the comma. Where'd I go? The comma here, like that. Trust me, it'll be there in a minute as soon as it gets to thinking. So this would be the RTH and then the ETH. Volume profiles and all of the session prices. That's all the stuff you want, isn't it? Pretty much. What I'm asking for is if you DM me in Discord, I can just I'll just give you this chart definition, and all you have to do is take the definition from your Discord and drop it over the top of IRT, and this chart will open up. Then you can change the instrument and the periodicity if you don't like wrinkles and all that, but all the other stuff will be there. The POC, IB high, IB low, value area, all the session prices. Yeah, well, session prices are two things. Session prices and the value areas are from the profile, and session prices are from that indicator. And the way you do that is you would go right click, add, in a technical indicator, and then you would do session prices. And the way that looks is I have it in my third column down here where you don't see it. This is the session prices that you're looking for, and you add it to the clean chart. And there it is. And you can select whichever of these you want to show or don't. And you can change the abbreviation to however you want the labels to read. Since you're not going to be pushing it any place, you don't need to store it in any vpound variables. And I would choose naming convention, RTH, ETH, and Globex would be, that's what I did. And this is one indicator, and boom, Bob's your uncle, there you go. And you can just drop that into a clean chart, and you'll have, you can have all of those displayed on that chart, whatever it is. But it does not do the volume profiles. The volume profiles are a different thing over here. So there's that, if that helps you out at all. I don't know. I mean, just so you don't have to wait around till after 5 tonight. And if I just give you if I give you the definition, that you can delete whatever the crap you don't want. And these are all the indicators in BS. I have one here now. So, up to you. Cool, no problem. That session price thing's like falling off a log simple. So, so is the profile, but they're two different things. And I'm not sure what exactly you want, but there you go. All right, well, this is another one of those days like yesterday when I just kind of stand here going, oh boy, this is fun. So statistically, we got 100% probability with the ending zone and everything else looking back over a gazillion years that we're going to take the IB high. And here we sit on the mid at noon, or 11, sorry. There it is. I think that's got all the qualifications of a coin flip, doesn't it? And remember, we went, whatever they call it, neutral, I guess, when you do both of them, yesterday after the cash close. So, oh boy. What did we do for statistics? Well, I'm sure taken them all out. Previous low, overnight low, overnight mid, IB high. That was something, I forget what it was. 61 previous close. I think this was the overnight mid at the moment. At that moment. Or POC maybe. It was the POC. Yeah. That's what I meant was POC, not mid. Well, the only thing we haven't gotten up to yet is the ETH high, or the and the ETH high was the previous high also. So last night we took it straight to the yesterday's RTH high and shut her off. Covered up both of these POCs now. I gotta remember to do these. I always forget. The gap low is still the gap low. And the gap high is still the gap high. Got a MCVPOC up here and down here, and naked ones all over the place. And this chart's running to me. Watch the, oh well, look at the, let's see here. All the gaps, right? Watch, look at the naked volume points of control. It's like the Russian flag, for Christ's sake. Do I think that any of those have any significance? Does a naked volume point of control from March 18th still mean something? It beats the hell out of me. But until they're canceled out, I leave them on there, and just for more or less novelty's sake. But you know, here was a gap. Here's a gap. Here's a gap. Here's a gap. Here's a gap. Yeah. Let's see. I better get set up for the hedge deal. What am I doing here? Why did that go? Why did that do that? Okay. Trying to put something in there. Yeah. Why is this doing all this stuff? So I better get my trade control panels and stuff set back up again, just in case. I don't imagine I will have any signals, but what the hell? Never know. So we're gonna put this one on. We've got the 5 lots, okay. Go over here to the Hedge instrument. Same story. 1 lot, okay. Make sure I have my ideas about the hedging figured out. Okay. Pretty well set up now. This is painful. Really. From 2 fronts. Number one, where the hell, how are we, when are we gonna, what's the possibility of taking the IB stat and using the data to front run it with, 25 handles of range, 25 handles there? Can that be right? Easy as it is. Exactly. That makes front running it sound kind of attractive. Rather than waiting for the statistic and then waiting as you would be normal with the edgeful idea, waiting for the statistic and then for the retrace. But front running it is got nothing to do with data. It's other than the only way I can figure out that I'm leaning on the data for the front running is if I look at it in this context, which is exactly backwards from what I was just looking at. 100% probability with this ending zone and the rest of the data being equal that we're going to take the IB high first break, not the low, but the high first break. So you're banking on 100% probability that the IB high will be taken out, even though price is fluffing around. Well, it's right on the mid, so it's 50-50 either direction. But in a normal world, if the IB high were formed first, the IB low would be the higher probability to be taken first or broken first. But the ending zone makes a big difference. And it's amazing the difference of the days of the week. Look at the days of the week. Now, let's see, I can't do that very easy over here. Never mind, don't look. It's real easy to do when you look at the by weekday, which doesn't have the ending zone, but first break on Thursday, double break, 0 break. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Amazing. Me. Well, that's real easy to do. I mean, that's real simple. Wait a minute. If I get the right program going here, that's real simple. You can go, and you're talking about in the, I'm assuming you're talking about in the RTH session. So, for example, the micro ES. Come on, you son of a bitch. Here you go. Here's today's RTH session. There's the IB high, there's the IB low, here's the IB high, here's the IB low, and it's outside of, and here is yesterday's RTH. This is all with volume profile, okay? Because that's where the IB and all that is. So there's the value area high and there's the value area low. Way above it and way below it. Another chart that you might want to look at, easy to look at, is the one I post every day for the TLab. This is full session, but it's got both RTH and ETH. RTH, ETH, RTH, ETH. So you can, and there's everything there. There's the value area high and low, and the IBs for back as many days as you want to go. I mean, and this is just a simple chart like the rest of them, but it's in the full session only, and it just shows all of them strung together there. And you can toggle these info boxes off and on with a plus key, so if they're in your way. Also shut off and on the naked volume points of control. Yeah, that's a lot of different ways to. I'm not sure exactly what configuration or what view you want to look at, but that's if you want to look at the IBs compared to the value areas for each specific day, you got that right here too. Here's the IB high, IB low, and the value area. And you can tell when the start was. So this is the RTH session, 8:30 to 4. This is 1700 to 8:30. So this is the ETH. Now, I don't plot an IB high or low in the ETH because in my world, the IB is the RTH session only, the first 60 minutes of the RTH session. So this IB here and here doesn't have anything to do with the ETH session, and then it drops down and here's the next RTH session. I don't know if that is more confusing than it ought to be, but that's how I do that. So you can also look at if you look at a RTH session only, like here, each one of these is an RTH period, and you might want to change the periodicity. Instead of 12 ticks, make it less, or use bar charts and time, whatever you like. No, not at all, but I have been messing with it for a long time. For example, I don't want to screw up that I don't want to mess up this TLab thing. I'm not in the mood to rebuild some more shit. So there, and here's the current RTH session just plotting out now. So there's the IB low and the IB high and the value areas. And this one keeps getting screwed up. Come on. I don't think I have anything over here in this blank tab. I don't think. Oh yeah, I do. I don't remember what the hell it is, but it's there. Oh yeah. I can also just create a blank tab here and put open a blank chart and call it the KT tab for you, and then whatever you end up building, and then I can just export the definition
to you, and you can slap it in your IRT, and away you go. If that helps, I don't know. But I think, you know, you've got to just have you've got your blank chart already set up, and it's so easy to do. We can just do it real fast, I'm sure. This evening. Because I don't know what time frames and all that you like. The session prices that I showed you over here on that tab in the third, which is down here, hidden down here, that's what exports to the session prices in Bookmap and all those places. These over here are just a limited version of session prices, which I keep on the short thing so that I can refer to them through the day. You know, there's a lot of different ways to slice and dice this crap, that's for sure. Like, for example, this is just the compact lines session prices in this same panel, and I've only just selected these few things to show exactly the same indicator as for all of those session prices a minute ago. But it's just, you know, that you can do different things like that. Exactly the same indicator as if you go add technical indicator, RTX extensions, session prices is probably around here. Session prices is probably around here somewhere. There's session prices, there's slope lines, there's, good God, they've got more junk in here than math lines, you know, they got every kind of weird thing you can imagine. But if you wanted to do session prices, it's right there. And then that would show you all of the session prices and how I have them ticked. And you need to select what panel you want them in. Whether you want them in the one with all the rest of the stuff or below somewhere where nobody or you can't see it or whatever, you know. But it's real simple. You just tick them on and off. Change the colors the way you want them. Change the label however you want. That's all there's to it. But we can do it later. No problem. Oh man, I can see that his breakfast is going to kick in, and it's going to be nap 30 here in about a minute because this is boring. Well, yeah, that's a good start. I mean, I start, you know, you do that too. If I see somebody's chart that's got a lot of what I want on it, why start over? But I have these basic charts with the 2 time frames so that I can go, you know, 2 different, a multi-pane, 2 sessions, and then I just rename them, you know, like this is, hold it, this is, get away from here. This is MS Renko high volatility. And it's you know, then you can change the periodicity and the instruments however you want, but that's the name of this chart. And this is the NQ high volatility. And this is the MES MC high volatility, you know? And then if I want to make, oh, well, right here we go. Then I can just save that as ES Renko high volatility. And there's a chart to plop here. That's all there's. I start with the one that I like, the basic background color and, you know, all of that other crap that I don't like messing with. And then just save as and plop them on a different tab and away you go. I mean, that's what I do too. I think probably everybody does. Some I start fresh. This thing over here, I started building from off a fresh chart, I think. Let's look. I might be lying. Yeah, this is the NQ test, or opening range NQ test. Was just something I was looking at. Don't even remember what or how I was looking at it, but that's what it is. But most of the time, I just use one of my charts and rename it and save as, and away you go. I've got charts that go back to FT71, back to when I first started learning about market profile, you know, some template that I thought was cool and I wanted to save, and then I ended up changing a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Ooh. And it's already queued up. Okay. Well, I'm gonna enjoy breakfast and see what Mama needs me to do around the house. I mean, this is getting nowhere quick. Hey, Panda, what's up? Huh? What are you doing? I look. Going to on the plane? Yeah, well, you better. The light? You better go check. I don't know if you're still around here, Magic, but I've been thinking about your box idea, your rectangle thing. That's I like the sound of that. Got to look into that some more when I'm days like this. And the hedge, I'm working the hedge. The other day, day before yesterday, when I was in the Globex opening range breakout portion of the stream, and I got that trade worked out perfectly per the data. Took the eye below, traded, you know, pulled back, retraced back to the zone, between the two zones, interpolated between the two, got short. It went on, never went to the hedge, never triggered the hedge, or which would have been at the stop location. So I just ended up putting a trailing stop behind it and then trailed it on down. That's the ideal situation for me, because I'm still a little apprehensive about the unwinding the hedge legs. Look at the frickin', I'm afraid to look. 30,180. 29,260. Oof. And what's going on with Mini World over here? Mini Me. Same story, of course, but I'm gonna probably step away here at the bottom of the hour and just do the shower and all that stuff, because it's the trades I'm working, the structured trades I have are the initial balance, and we're 40 handles from either one of them. Jesus Christ, 50. 40 handles from the IB high, and a minute ago we were 40 off or 50 off the IB low. So, Jesus Christ. I guess I don't need to be in a hurry, huh? Hurry up and wait. Isn't that it? Is this the military or what? And once again, like yesterday, as not to sound like a stuck record or be a replay guy, but rear view mirror guy, but if if you saw these as a double bottom and you're good at mean reversion trading outside in, what a beautiful trade, huh? 89 to 75. Jesus Christ, that's 80 points, 90 points. And I suppose you could make the same argument for right here with a double top. It's kind of hard to figure out what those are because of the time zone. This doesn't have time frames, right? It's just the last price. But, if you call this a double bottom, you could call this a double top and you went the other way. So if you're doing mean reversion trades or asymmetric trades, which is where I'm going to go next, I'm about 90% sure. I was just thinking about this last night in Globex or in Asia. You see this double bottom and you think, okay, what's it going to do? Well, who cares? Consider this an asymmetric trade location, and you take that long outside in mean reversion trade, which we all know about, and you put your stop 2 ticks below the damn low or 1. Asymmetric trade location, asymmetric relationship between risk and reward. And so what? If it comes down here and takes your stop, yeah, you're wrong. That's for sure. If it doesn't, you're right for 80 points. I think that's that mean reversion story is a real good one. And the only way I can figure out how to use the data on that, and this is a poor example, but let's look at the retrace. So let's assume we have 100% probability to the IB high, and let's assume we take the IB high. We're going to come back to the retracement line. Initial balance high was we broke out. The high is to the upside, the breakdown is to the low side. There's a 56, 57, 56% probability we're going to retrace to the 25. 44% will retrace to the 50. So what's that mean? We break out up here. There's a 50%, 56% probability we'll retrace to here. 44% we're going to get to the mid. That's pretty good odds for a asymmetric trade location, mean reversion outside in, rather than the normal way of taking it, where you wait for the statistic, you wait for the retrace, and then you would enter long for a continuation. When it's this kind of a profile, I think that smells of mean reversion, kind of. And so you could have a very definite asymmetrical location up here. Just thinking out loud here, just looking and thinking. That's what else can you do? What else can I do? know what I am going to try to do though, and that's go jump in the shower right now, I think, because the cats just walked by and wouldn't play with me, so that's probably a good sign. That's probably a bad sign. So let's go through around the robin here. There's the book or IRT. Day before yesterday, today. Big buy-in tail down here. Selling tail, it's a big tail. I always get them wrong. I think it's a buy-in tail because the sellers couldn't hold it and they bought it back up. I think that's how it works. And the other way around, if it's a big wick on the top, it's a selling tail because the buyers took it up and the sellers overpowered them. I think that's the way they call it. You know, what it boils down to is they couldn't get any lower and now we're trading up here. But it would be nice to have the nomenclature right, I guess, and not sound like a donut here on the stream. Nothing going to be going on in the trading world, so I'm not worried about that. And IRT is, bookmap is just smack in the middle. And do I suppose this is going to break out? Yep, at some point. But right now, it could just wind out the day there, you know? We flushed them down, we flushed them back up, and here we go down the middle. And I mean down the middle. That is on the middle. That's the mid right there. Wherever it went. That's the mid. So there you go. I'll be right back in a little bit. Well, what'd I miss? And yeah, that was sarcasm. Okay, I'm gonna just keep puttering around here. Check back now and then. This is stupid. Well, I guess this market didn't get the memo that we're supposed to take the IB high first. I'm running out of stuff to do here. I'm going to I've got to go pick Tam up at the bottom of the hour, so. But this doesn't look like going to be anywhere near anything. Does anybody here know if Bookmap runs on Linux? Well, and OBS, and I got to do some Googling. I can see that now. Well, this is just exciting. Maybe not, actually. And this is painful, isn't it? Now, this is 14 and this is 35, so these are substantial swings here if somebody's able to trade those. That's not. I guess I'm not thinking I am. I guess those are very tradable rotations if you are so inclined to do that. I'm so busy used to trying to look for one of my standard trade setups that I'm I'm not thinking outside the box very far, I guess. So about the bottom of the hour, I'm gonna head out of here. I'm back in 40 minutes or so. Tomorrow was no trips, so that's good. This is crazy. I'm having a hard time getting my brain around the fact that I could be all of these are tradable. Do I have any reason to be doing that? Well, not really. I mean, what would be the logic? They're not mean reversion or outside ins. There was one, like I talked about real earlier. If you saw this double bottom and you did that, maybe up here if you took the double top. But these are just basically narrowing rotations, and everybody is just stacked up. The mean, the POC, both POCs, full session and RTH session, mid, and they're smack on 50%. So and then the minute I say that, look at this. Amazing. I would say that's news. Well, we got a Fed speaker here, but that's about it. That's not typically news that would move the market. I wonder what, if our buddy Bloomberg's up to something up here. Nope, nothing there. Or they're just parked right on top of that MCVPOC in the high volume node in the micro composite. Not saying that that's what this is about, but it is kind of interesting, and it happens to be a wick test exactly of yesterday. If you see what I'm talking about here, there's the POC, there's the wick test of yesterday there, and a wick test of the day before from both sides. So they can't decide which way to keep this. They keep pulling it back and bringing it up, and pulling it down and bringing it up. I guess buyers are coming in every time they try to make lower ground, and then they can't, and then that's that. Well, I'm going to step out and go for the school run, and I'll be back. Well, that was quite unexpected, but again with the 3 o'clock pop. Look at this. Huh. Sorry, I had the wrong window open. I was gone and stuck outside. So thanks a lot for coming by the stream. I'm going to end it now. Typically, I do it 1500. This is the second day in a row we've had this story right here with a significant pop into the closing swing trade. The Globex stream will be open at 1500 or 1700 like normal. And we'll do the opening range trade for the Globex and the Asia. And then again tomorrow for the regular daily stream, RTH stream at 0800 Central Standard Time. So thanks for coming by. Appreciate it a lot. Thanks for contributing there in the chat, and like and subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate it very much. This is my virtual trading journal. All trades are live, real time. No recording, no playback, no mysterious, review mirror. Oh, I did this, I did that. So there we are. And then we'll pick it up again here in another hour and a half or so.